Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Keel,
Councilmember Keel, present.
Councilmember Wood,
Councilmember Wood, present.
Councilmember McCluskey,
Councilmember McCluskey here.
Councilmember Fleming,
Councilmember Fleming here.
Councilmember Belisi,
Councilmember Belisi here.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa,
Present.
and Mayor Worthington.
Mayor Worthington here.
Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you. And Councilmember Wood, would you be kind enough to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem makes a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa, is there a second?
Councilmember Belisi, I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Lisi. Are there any objections to the approval of the agenda as distributed? Any objections? None. The agenda is approved. Brings us to the public comment section of our meeting, and invite the public, either in person or online, to come forward and make comment. We have 3 minutes available per person, and I am not seeing any public in the room coming forward, and the procedure is on the screen as to how to make your presence known, to make a public comment via the internet through our Teams meeting system. And it looks to me like we do not have anyone there. Do you, Emmy, do you see anyone? Okay. All right. Well, our public meeting, public comment section then is closed at this time. We do have a number of hearings this evening, and there are further opportunities to make comment on the particular subject of each hearing. The process is the same as was just on the screen or coming forward here. And we'll address that again later in the meeting. Brings us to a consideration of the consent agenda. Is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa makes a motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Councilmember Belisi, I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Polisi. And so we have an appropriate motion to approve the consent agenda. Are there any objections to approve the consent agenda? No motion to remove items? Any objections? Don't see any. The consent agenda is approved. Oh, and with that, we're going to move into our public hearing portion of the evening. I mentioned we have 3 hearings tonight. Our first one is the 2021-2022 biennial budget adjustment. And Lisa Blythesdale, our finance director, is here to tell us about that, after which we'll take public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm also Lisa, Finance Director. First in our list of items tonight is our 2022 budget adjustment. This is due to the legislature providing temporary financial flexibility in 2021, which included a provision that provided cities with flexibility through 2023 to use a portion of the city's REIT revenue for maintenance and operations of parks and capital facilities. This adjustment proposes a transfer of $792,519 from the REIT fund to the street fund to help cover maintenance and operations costs. This actually helps the street fund, which is set to go negative in outer years, and this pushes it out from I've lost it here. Pushes it out 2 years to 2029, it looks like. And that concludes my report.
All right, well, thank you. Appreciate the report. Are there any clarifying questions from council at this point? I see none. And we welcome public comments then. And if there's any public comment in the room, come forward, please. And we will also put up the instructions on how to make a public comment via our internet team meeting, and that's on the screen now. Thank you. I'm just giving a little bit of time for anyone who wishes to make comment, make their intentions known. I can't see anything from anyone here. Again, I don't see any public comment there. And with that, we're going to close the public comment period and move on for, this is the public hearing section, rather, for the 21-22 biennial budget adjustment. So public hearing on that is closed. We have two more, though, so we're going to move on to those. And the next one is the 2023 property tax levy amount.
Point of order.
I'm sorry.
Point of order.
Oh, point of order, thank you, yes. We could do consideration now. Wonderful. Let's do that. Thank you. So,
Mayor, this is Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa. I make a motion to adopt the 21-22 biennium budget adjustment.
thank you. A motion to adopt, and is there a second?
Councilmember Belisi, I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Belisi. All right. And with that, we're ready to consider. Does Councilmember Keel?
Are you going to take discussion at all?
Yeah, discussion, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. I just want to commend staff and the legislature for giving us this tool this time around. I think it's a great tool for us to use and take full advantage of leveraging the dollars that we already have in our budget for streets, and then now being able to tap into other taxpayers' funds that they've made available to us that really for a long time have sat dormant and underutilized totally. Now we have the opportunity to utilize those for things that are going to be a great public benefit. So I'm just encouraged about that. I'm glad that Steve, our city manager, and his staff have decided to really take advantage of that and leverage it for us and for our citizens. So it's a great thing. I hope that we can continue it beyond the time that they have it. I know we all have varying opinions on that, but my opinion is hope that we can continue to use it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Keel. Any other comments at this time? Okay. In which case, we'll go to a roll call vote for the property tax levy.
Councilmember Keel?
Oh, sorry.
Are we going to take a vote on this?
Yes.
This is you said property tax levy.
Oh, I'm sorry. My fault. The 2021-2022 biennial budget adjustment.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Thank you. I'm just, for whatever reason, ready to get to item number 8.
You're ready to get it done. I like that.
We're going to finish item 7. Really, we will. Okay. So,
Well, we can vote on this one now.
Councilmember Keel?
Councilmember Keel, aye.
Councilmember Wood?
Councilmember Wood, aye.
Councilmember McCluskey?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Belisi?
Councilmember Belisi, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa?
Aye.
And Mayor Worthington.
Mayor Worthington, aye.
Mayor vote result 7-0. Motion carries.
All right. The 2021-2022 budget adjustment passes. That will move us on to item number 8, which you probably have heard already is the 2023 property tax levy. So,
Okay.
thank you.
So we received the preliminary certification of assessed values from the county on September 13th, and we held a study session related to this on October 17th. The preliminary assessed values increased from last year's assessed values, but we'll receive final values in December. So this is just an estimate. It doesn't usually change too much, but there is some time for people to file appeals to their amounts, and we should be getting the final values in December. I've attached the memorandum to the packet of everything that we received from the county. Approving the increase, this is the 1% statutory increase. Approving this increase results in an additional $5.75 annually of property tax paid to the city for someone who owns a home valued at $632,000. The proposed budget, which you'll be considering later this evening, includes this statutorily allowed increase in the city's property tax in each year of the biennial budget. As a reminder, all of our property tax is dedicated to police and public safety, and our police contracted expenses will increase by 6% in 2023. And so in order to implement the increase, it's necessary to adopt an ordinance imposing the increase in the property tax levy. That concludes my report.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Director Clydesdale. And any clarifying questions at this point from council to staff? Seeing none, then we'll move on to public comment and invite the public once again to come forward. And the instructions are as they have been earlier in the evening, and an opportunity now to take comment on the property tax levy. Well, we have a moment or two for that. Council, I should probably point out we're going to working to leave the mics live and lit tonight, just to see how that works for us. So just since I needed to fill a little time to see if anyone wanted to come forward, we've used that appropriately now. So, does anybody see, do we have anyone on the internet side of things? Okay, very good. At which point we would then consider a motion for adoption for the 2023 property tax levy.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa proposes to adopt the council action to pass an ordinance relating to ad valorem property taxes established in amounts to be raised in 2023 by taxation on the assessed valuation of property in the city of University Place, and setting the levy for the year 2023.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Councilmember Belisi. I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Felici. And with that, we'll go to any discussion on this, any comment? Councilmember Keel.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. So here, another year, here we are again. This is, as I've said many years, and I'll say again, from my perspective, this is the only time that I have ever voted for councilmatic increase on the taxes within the citizens. And it's for, I believe, for good reason. We need to keep up. We all know what we spend this money for, and in light of what we're going to talk about later, it's clear to me that it's needed to keep up with the we're still being outpaced. Even as we pass this at 1%, we're still being outpaced at 3% for our public safety. And so I think it's very prudent for my vote to be positive, and I'll vote for this again. In contrast, I'll say that another board that I'm on, Sound Transit, they have the same ability to impose a 1% tax for property. And I've never voted for it there because Sound Transit has many more options to raise money to pay for its work, whereas in our case, we don't. And so I'm supportive of that, where in some cases I wouldn't be supportive. So thank you for that.
Very good. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and it's just as a reminder, I know that Councilman Keel mentioned it a little bit, but I just want, for those that are listening out there in the public, and that is that all of our property taxes, which this is what this is for, goes to public safety. And that's important to keep that in the forefront of everybody's mind when they see our property taxes and they see this taxation that's going to occur in this vote, if it passes, that it goes to 100% for the law enforcement in our city. And with that, as Councilmember Keel mentioned, it's only 1%, and our contract is at 3% increase, and we're always falling behind. I've always, and for the same reason he mentioned, that is good points, Councilmember, and that is we don't have a lot of opportunity to seek funds for law enforcement like we can for grants for capital projects and parks and for our parks capital project and things like that. This is one of the few areas where we can do this, and I feel that we're obligated to pass this. As much as it feels like there's taxation without representation, but I feel that it's just the opposite. We are representing the citizens by passing this, because our main job in this council is to ensure the stability of not only the operation of our government, but our law enforcement in our city. Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with the comments that have been previously made, but I want to add one thing. Oftentimes, citizens think that this is a new tax that's being levied against them, and I think it's important to understand it's not a new tax, but more along the lines of a tax adjustment based on inflation. So we have to renew this every year and revisit it. And so it's part of the education process on how we fund, as was pointed out by Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa, our law enforcement, but it's how we really keep the playing field level, although it may not feel that way at times. So that's how I look at this one.
Thank you, Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a quick question for you, Leslie, if you're, maybe a couple of questions. So next year, the police contract goes up by 6%?
Correct.
They have a brand-new contract, right?
I believe it's being negotiated right now.
It's in negotiation. The current contract is
Okay.
effectively on an 18-month kill clock. So either party could give notice. But it's a high-low band that carries a minimum of 3, maximum of 6% adjustment.
Okay, so going forward, we can look at a 3 to 6% adjustment annually regardless? Okay, got it. That's one thing I wanted to make sure we all understood, because that's going to catch up to us real quick at this rate. All right, and I do concur with the previous comments, so thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Belisi.
I concur with what all our other council members have said about this. What citizens don't realize is you're paying 6 cents for every 1,000 of home valuation to our police for police services. This 1% is approximately $41,200 that the city will receive in an increase. That doesn't come anywhere close to supplementing the 6% cost increase that we are looking at for the current level of staffing. Because our current levy that we had on the ballot in November appears to have failed, we will not be able to increase our officers on the street with the property tax money that we have now. And at a 1% statutory limitation that we have, we will eventually get to a point in our city where we will have to cut officers again like we did in 2009. So our citizens, I want to strongly encourage them to get educated on what they are paying to the city in property tax and make a value judgment of what is important to them. Our citizens have continually said that school district is important and the fire district is important, yet they complain about the increase in their property taxes. They want public service, but they're not willing to pay what it costs to maintain or even increase police services. We will not be able to sustain our current level of police officers based on this 1% increase every year when our costs are going up 3 to 6% a year. Do the math, people. This is extremely irritating to me that we have to do this every year for measly $40,000 to $50,000 a year, and it doesn't even support a police officer when we do that. So we're not raking in the big bucks when we're doing this 1% increase. We're trying to keep the cliff out there a little bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Belisi. Any other comments? We've covered it. With that, I think I neglected to close the public hearing, by the way. It's closed now, but we're going to take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Keel,
Councilmember Keel. Aye.
Councilmember Wood,
Councilmember Wood, aye.
Councilmember McCluskey,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Aye.
Councilmember Belisi,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa,
Aye.
Mayor Worthington.
Aye.
Vote result 7-0, motion passes.
Motion is passed. Thank you. That brings us to item number 9, which is the 2023-2024 biennial budget adoption. And again, Leslie, with your help, we'll get this item started and then move to the public comment.
Great. The 2023-24 proposed biennial budget process has been a lengthy one. We submitted the document to the city clerk on September 23rd in accordance with RCW 35A34, and we held 3 council study sessions, October 3rd, October 17th, and November 7th, and we've held public hearings on October 17th, November 7th, and our final public hearing is tonight. The budget is a balanced and conservative budget that assumes a continuation of the 2022 levels of service to the community. The operations budget is at core service levels. Staffing remains at 2022 levels. No new positions have been added in the biennium. CIP is at core level using local dollars to leverage grants. And our debt payments are budgeted according to the city's debt schedule. On October 3rd, the study session focused on tax revenues, and they are expected to decrease from the 2022 year-end estimates. And in preparing the budget, we continue to be conservative with revenue projections for the biennium. The budget does include the statutorily allowed increase that you just approved in property tax. On October 17th, we all dug into expenses, and it's a status quo budget with inflation assumed for expenditures. The 6.5% COLA for all staff is included in 2023 and 2024. And then last meeting on November 7th, we looked at the CIP projects. In the Parks CIP, we've included 8 projects. Public Works CIP includes 4 projects, which is grant funded with some city match. And in Municipal Facilities CIP, there are 3 projects included in the proposed budget. To finish up, we continue providing the best service we can, meeting all of our contractual, legal, and debt obligations while exercising prudent cash management and maintaining our strategic reserve at 15% of the operating budget. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Leslie. With that, council, any council questions at this point? Okay. Is that a question, Councilmember Woods?
It's a question about what she just said. If I can ask that, or should I delay for discussion?
Yep, please.
Just a quick question. You mentioned, I think, 3 municipal projects for CIP under municipal facilities. I'm seeing 4, or did I mishear you?
In Municipal Facilities, oh, you're right, it's 4. Typo.
It is 4. Just
Sorry,
want to make sure.
it
I
is
was
4,
wondering.
yes.
Thank you. That's all. My only question.
Thank you for pointing that out.
All right, if there are no other questions, I'm going to open the public hearing for the 2023-2024 biennial budget adoption. And that hearing is open. The instructions are on the screen. I invite people to come forward and make themselves known in the council room and then also online. And I don't see anyone coming forward in the council room. And again, I don't see anyone online either for that matter. So in terms of making themselves known, with that in mind, we're going to close the public hearing on the budget adoption. And now I invite council to discuss the item.
I'll make a motion.
Motion, excuse me.
That's fine. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa makes a motion to move to pass an ordinance adopting the 2024 biennium budget.
Motion to adopt. Is there a second?
Councilmember Belisi, I second.
And a motion to have a second as well. And now discussion. Does any council member wish to make a comment? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just want to comment on this budget, and that is that the public, I don't believe, and this shouldn't be, but I want to say it, and that is the work that is involved and making sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's and to make sure that when we get audited, that we've done everything to not only be professional, but to be correct and factual on our numbers. But most importantly, when we talk about budgets, whether it be for law enforcement or for anything else, this all includes all the work done in our parks, our streets, our lights, our maintenance, you name it. And I think that the city reflects well on what we do with our money. And this is all about how we spend money, the money of our citizens and the public's money. And I need to say this, that is that I feel we do a very good job as a council and as staff in expending every dollar. We stretch every dollar. And so we take advantage of grants, leveraging our own dollars and staff time. I think we do probably some of the best work in that area than any other city that I know. And I talked to quite a few while I was in the NLC conference this past week. And I feel grateful that I'm part of this community and part of this work that we do, because I can say that with a straight face that we really do we leverage it, we spend it well, and I know just from everything else that our citizens come to us with, that they like what they have in our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Other comments on the budget adoption? Oh, yes, please, Councilmember McCluskey.
McCluskey, yes. All right, thank you. As I've gone over the budget, that you've done an outstanding job with the monies that you had to make it all balance out and keep our city functioning at hopefully core levels. But as we know going forward, just as with the police budget, we don't have enough money to maintain our infrastructure in our city, our parks, our streetscapes. We need to increase our staffing. And so earlier on in the year, I was hoping that that could change. But in light of the police levy not passing, I think we need to have another study session on seeing how we can at least leverage something so that our city's infrastructure, some of the parks that need dire maintenance, could have some upgrades, and also having enough staff to keep our streetscapes looking as lovely as they do right now, to continue that into 23 and 24. And so I really appreciate what you've done. I'm very grateful, but maybe hopefully we could squeeze that lemon a little more and see what else we can come up with the rising cost of inflation and the CIP and the double digits in the insurance rates. Is just like an uphill battle. And those are my comments for tonight. So,
Thank you, Councilmember McCluskey. Other comments? Seeing none, I do want to make a comment of my own. First off, Leslie and your team, thank you very much for putting together the budget. It's a tremendous amount of work. We all rely on your abilities as a team, as you as an individual, and we appreciate that. This is, we're confident that the document we have is going to serve us well for the next 2 years. It's the life of that budget. Certainly we have many challenges. Every community does. We have our share, and we work through them as best we can. Sometimes we can change our situation, and sometimes we cannot. And we'll move forward with our current budget. I intend to vote for it. And with that, I think let's take that vote. So how about a roll call?
Councilmember Keel?
Councilmember Keel, aye.
Councilmember Wood?
Councilmember Wood, aye.
Councilmember McCluskey?
aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Belisi?
Councilmember Belisi, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa?
Aye.
Mayor Worthington?
Mayor Worthington, aye.
Vote result 7-0. Motion passes.
Budget passes. All right. We'll talk about that in a few moments, too. Thank you, Leslie.
Nice job, Leslie. Again.
That brings us to reports, and starting with Mr. Sugg and our city manager's report. So,
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I have one item, and that is our Grandview Drive overlay project, which the council awarded earlier this fall. The contractor made great progress on sidewalk adjustments that were for ADA ramps, and those elements were completed. However, as we're running closer into the weather window that's closing on us, the contractor has requested a winter shutdown, and will come back in late winter, early spring to do the overlay of that project, again, weather dependent. They'll come back, they'll grind the pavement down an inch or so, and then they come in with the asphalt mat, and we'll have a nice new smooth asphalt surface by late spring. So I wanted to report on that. Jack and his team have been monitoring that project. They designed it in-house. They brought the money in, they got the grant, and you awarded it, and I just wanted to give you an update. So a little bit more time, we'll have a new asphalt mat on that road, which is really a showpiece of a road bordering Chambers Bay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Keel, would you like to start us off with reports? Anything for your report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I got a few things tonight. First thing I'd like to talk about is Pierce Transit. In our last Pierce Transit Board meeting, staff there gave a presentation on the BRT, Bus Rapid Transit Route 2. So council may recall that's a future route that they're going to be working on that's actually going to travel along the current 2 route they have that comes through University Place, down Bridgeport. And with BRT, there's a lot of eminent domain things that they do to acquire property and land so that they can fit that route and fix it so what a rapid transit piece looks like. And so I've been very vocal from years ago when I very first heard about this that don't come down Bridgeport, turn up our street, basically is what I said. And so I think, I'm sure Pierce Transit has heard that. And as you know, that seat also represents Fife as well. Fircrest, I always say that. Fircrest as well. And they have similar concerns about their streetscapes and stuff like that. And so I went to one of their board meetings last year and we talked about it. And so they've been giving me some feedback. So all together, both cities now have given feedback and they're still open for feedback. And I would invite you all to just take a moment to reach out to Pierce Transit and let them know who you are and then give us some feedback on your feelings about what BRT is going to go. And the last report was very encouraging in as much that they said they heard us and they're going to be considering and ask for feedback. And also, they want some feedback from us as to where the route is going to be. So they're not necessarily going to follow the same route that they have now. Because of Sound Transit coming in around Four Corners and all that, and because of Fircrest having some other needs and wants in their city around Bus Rapid, they're open to looking at their routing. So the time is now to have that conversation with them. And so I encourage you to do that. And if you want, I can help facilitate some of that conversation too, as well. I would also, now I would like to make an announcement. I'd like to announce, if you haven't heard, that Tacoma Mayor Victoria Woodards was at the NLC conference this past week, was elected the president of the National League of Cities. It's a really big deal, okay, for a person, in Washington, our neighbor, to be the president of that national organization. So much so that last year, AWC, while I was president, I committed to actually hosting a big kind of celebratory thing for her inauguration. And we did that. It happened. It was great. I got to commit to it, and then the current president had to carry it out. So that was really easy for me. And so it was a great celebration. A few hundred people there. The food was great. The ambiance was great. Everyone had a great time. I think Madam President was very pleased with what went on and how it happened, and she was just really happy. So, and a lot of other members from a lot of states were there, and they were amazed at little bitty Washington being able to do something like this. And so, and that was part of the thing, was to put University Place on the map, to put the state of Washington on the map to these other states like New York and Georgia and Florida and California, who don't even think about Washington. So we're able to really fly our flag pretty high there to make all that happen. And there were a lot of people a lot of council members from Washington that were there too as well. So folks that just came out of the woodwork. So that was really good. So I went down there for that purpose. The other thing I went down there for is really to learn more around for our city, to learn around the housing issues. I mean, NLC has taken housing on, and affordable housing as a key place, to use our city manager's analogy, a key place to put in their crowbar and really, leverage the work that they have there. And so I was privileged to sit in some sessions about what they're doing there and all that. And I'll certainly talk as we go further about what I've learned around the housing. And the second thing I went down is I'm really, as you guys know, my background is IT and technology, and so I'm very much committed to how cities utilize technology for the benefit of citizens. And when we were doing all of our buildings here, I worked with Glenn and staff about what we do here and how we, during the pandemic, how we set up, what we have right now. So I felt really good about being able to have input into what we have. And then the second piece of all that is really broadband. One of the things that I really was touting there, and before even getting there, was the fact that we don't have broadband. I mean, broadband is a tool that's very ubiquitous now. I mean, you can't live without it, in most cases, particularly if you have kids and you're trying to participate. And I liken it to like the telephone was many years ago. Many years ago, the federal government came out with something called universal access. And what that meant is that they were going to have a phone at every address in the United States. I believe that broadband now has come to similar to universal access, where we need to have broadband at every address in the United States, because it's really now it's kind of like the phone. It's our life's blood, and some people have it, and it's underserved, it's underutilized. Some people don't have it, and so it's just a really it's a game changer for folks. And so I've really went down there talking about that, and talking to people from the FCC, from the EPA, from NLC, all around those notions and those ideas, and so much so that when the mayor was elected president, she's able to select her cabinet of folks. Some of you might know that NLC actually has a advocacy group. I can never say that word. Around information technology and communications. And they lobby the White House and Congress around technology and broadband for all cities and towns and villages in the United States. And I'm pleased to announce this time that Mayor Woodards has appointed me the chair of that national committee. And so it's great. And I really like it because I get to say Kent Keel, from a council member from University Place, Washington. And so over this next coming year, there's just a ton of meetings, kind of discussions with the FCC and Congress about how they're going to move on this broadband access and cybersecurity and those kinds of things like that. And so I'm pleased to be able to represent University Place as a council member leading that, chairing that committee. With that also comes a seat on the National League of Cities Board of Directors. So I'll be on that board now as well. So I think all in all, it was a great trip. I think I represented our city really well. I tapped into the things that we could, and I'm happy that we were able to go down. So thank you.
Well, Councilmember Keel, congratulations on another great appointment. Yes,
Okay,
that's
thank
really
you.
well done. Thank you, sir. I've been taking that on for all the cities. So, Councilmember Woods, would you have anything to report?
Just a few things, Mayor. So first, last week or a little over a week ago, I was privileged to attend our Veterans Day ceremony here in the city of University Place. That was, I thought, an amazing event at our new memorial for veterans there, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our mayor and Councilmember Fleming, who both spoke there, for the wonderful words they had to say and things that they did, and especially thank the Citizens Committee who put this whole thing together, because it's just, I'm impressed, and I'd like to thank everybody who showed up. That was a heck of a turnout. That was really well done. Also, I would like to talk briefly about our police levy, just very, very briefly. Obviously, it looks like right now it has not passed. I would just ask my fellow council members and city staff and citizens to be open to what else could come in the future, because the problem hasn't gone away. And we need to come up with a solution within the constraints that we have. And I know there's discussions about what we can do next, and I think we really need to take those seriously and be as open-minded as we can to try and come up with alternative solutions. And then finally, not quite as impressive as your committee assignment, but I was officially yesterday just voted as chair of the Friends of the Fort Lewis History Museum for another 3 years. So, there we go. And that includes my comments.
Good report. Thank you. Let's see, and that brings me to Councilmember McCluskey. That's good.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I would also encourage our citizens to go to the Veterans Plaza out at the Cirque Park. It's beautifully done, has a lot of symbolism in it, a lot of people that have come together to support it over many years. And I would like to thank the council for supporting it, not only with their enthusiasm and also their support in many ways, but also our funding to make it come to fruition so that we could have the opening on 11/11 at the 11th hour, which is so symbolic. Also, I'm chair of the Zoo Trek Authority, and we met with the Metropolitan Parks Board, and we had approved the budget for only the sales portion of which we are responsible to have oversight for. And that is actually 41% of the Z total income and revenue. So it's not even half, but it's an important half because it brings in $26,420,735. So that is extremely important. And with COVID, it upticked quite a bit. So they're coming in with a very conservative approach for the 2023 budget, because we approve the budget every single year. And so they're going with a 3.5% uptick. But I recommend everyone to spend more money for our cute furry friends at the zoo and the trek, so that they can continue to do their wonderful work. They have some increase in their expenses all the way around, just like everyone else has, with their staff and their CIP and their insurance rates, and of course their animal care and feed and everything that takes tremendously increased. But with that, they have a very positive outlook on their current overall budget, which is good. They have also transferred their tiger because it didn't like their mate, at the zoo. So, you know, he wasn't very productive. And so a new mate will be moving into the zoo, and hopefully there could be some baby tigers happening. The snow leopard also didn't make it for the very same reason. Somehow it didn't make that, you know, connection. However, on the bright side of that, we are getting our walruses back next year. So they're redoing their exhibit areas so that it will enhance their lifestyle. And so they'll come back. The red wolf is in recovery after it got bit by a bee on its nose. So it'll soon be back out in the exhibit after that. Polar bears hopefully will be coming back in the spring. And Zoo Trek has added 3 young moose that has been brought in for recovery. And so they're doing quite well. So they'll be out at Trek, as well as 2 bison will be coming from Kansas City to improve some of the genetic diversity in that stock at the Trek. The zoo passed their accreditations with flying color. Trek passed their accreditation with flying colors. They said it was only like a 5-minute interview. It was like it wasn't a piece of cake. They had to go through a lot. But at the end, you know, they were very surprised that it was such a quick meeting, full accreditations, glowing reports. And now the zoo will have that accreditation again this upcoming year. So they've always passed with flying colors, so the authority expects the same to happen. And I went to the National League of City Conferences and went on a few of the mobile tours and breakout sessions, and it was a trip well worth it. And we also firsthand experienced their rapid transit, which is the rapid train that goes from the water all the way into the city core, and it is free of charge, and it comes every, I think, 10 minutes. And so it's quick on, quick off, done, and so it was very popular with them. So I was quite impressed with that, especially that it didn't cost anything, and you could get through some of the strategic corridors, stop off at the certain intersections, and then it's very walkable. You can walk to the locations within, you know, a couple blocks or so of that. So with that, I'll conclude my report. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Councilmember, appreciate that. Councilmember Fleming, would you have anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is going to be the night of all council members who've got something to say, so.
How unusual is that?
It's very unusual, actually, lately. I think most people have been fairly quiet. I do want to dovetail on Councilmember Wood's comments regarding the Veterans Plaza dedication. I think in the years to come, that's going to be quite a center of attraction for the city, and a destination place, really, for all our outlying communities around the city of University Place. I think it's important that citizens understand it's not just a center and a memorial for veterans, but think about what went on behind the scenes to bring that to fruition. You know, when you think about the city staff, with Jack Eklund, I'm going to fill your head up here, in your leadership, there, the volunteers, the Veteran Plaza Committee, the 16th Cab Aviation Brigade out at JBLM, those folks worked around the clock, literally, laying those bricks by hand and bringing that plaza to the reality that it is and the beauty that it is. It is a true gem of the city, and would certainly encourage folks to take time to just go by Cirque Park and take in not just the beauty of it, but really the meaning behind that plaza. It's not just another veterans plaza that we've created there. I also, moving on, had the opportunity to go to my first NLC conference. I'd never been to that before, so it was quite an eye-opener for me and an experience. I think the sessions that they held on the affordable housing, on the equity within the cities, and equity means different things, obviously, to different people, and at all levels of being inclusive. I thought it was, for the sessions that I attended, those were done well. And then had the opportunity to tag along with Councilmember McCluskey and Councilmember Belisi when we were looking at the rapid transit. They have mastered that system out there. They have created not only a beautiful rapid transit system that connects the city from one end to the other, but they've created these centers, if you will, of attraction along the way, of key centers, from museums to marketplaces to restaurants, but they've done it in a very nice way that allows anyone to be able to get on this rapid transit system and access it very easily, and they don't charge. As long as you're traveling within the city boundaries, there is no charge for any of their rapid transit or bus systems. So I thought that was one of my takeaways is, boy, that's a lesson we could learn here, not only in our community, but in Pierce County. When we think about moving people off of the street and off their cars and onto rapid transit, there's some incentives that we can look at that they could do. So with that said, I'm glad I had the opportunity to go. You know, my only complaint, if there's any, is, man, is it cold in the Midwest. You know, when you get a 9-degree temperature and blowing winds to go with that, that just chills you to the bones. So when we got back to Seattle, it was 40 degrees. I thought, man, it's a heat wave. It felt good. So short of that, that's the end.
Well, welcome back. Good to have you home. And thank you for going. Councilmember Polisi.
Thank you, Mayor. I too attended the Veterans Memorial, and it's a touching place to go, particularly when you understand that it was designed and the majority of the work was done by volunteers in our community. To me, that makes it even more special. And there's stones and pavers there from community members that are remembering the veterans that have resided in our community currently or in the past. It's a touching place, and I would highly, highly recommend our citizens to go and reflect at that memorial, reflect at the dedication that it takes to get something like this going. And I too concur with Councilmember McCluskey. I want to thank city staff for the work that they did to see this project through, and for council for supporting the funding that was needed to make sure that this project finally got finished. It was very touching. I too attended my first National League of Cities conference this past week. I concur with Councilmember Fleming. It was awfully cold. I guess it's just preparing us for the cold wave that's expected to hit here. I do agree, Councilmember Keel, that I think we do need to look at affordable housing. Maybe it's an issue that we can discuss at the retreat and get a better understanding. Because what was concerning to me at one particular conference that I attended, it was the amount of corporate buyouts of underdeveloped or foreclosed properties, and how that has the potential to impact not only housing prices, but impact the availability of stock, and has been found through studies, leads to the increased rents that we have as they have no competition. And I am concerned about that. I don't know if staff has a way of working with the assessor's office to find out what percentage of housing we might have that has been purchased by some of these mega builders, but I can certainly provide staff with some of the leading corporate names, and maybe we could do some search to understand what potential impact it has on our neighborhoods. Because one of the things that has been found is that they do not maintain their properties, and so they fall into disrepair and have issues with other code violations, and thus impacts the surrounding neighborhoods. So when I heard that, I got a little bit concerned and thought maybe if there's some way that we could police this or have some oversight into it so that we understand that we might be able to hedge off what some larger cities have experienced with the abundance of housing. One jurisdiction had 40% of their single-family homes that had been purchased during the recession to these corporate buyers. That's a heck of a huge percentage and does have some impact. So, and it goes into housing availability. These corporate clients aren't as eager to get under code enforcement when staff tries to contact them. You don't know who you're trying to contact. They have a higher percentage of violations for the rental laws and really put our citizens at a disadvantage. So I look forward to having that discussion at some time in the future to see if there's something that we might be able to do code-wise to help circumvent it. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start again along with everybody else, this November the 11th Veterans Plaza ceremony. And certainly it was a true ceremony that really reflected on our feelings about veterans and the military. Class act all the way, not only in the presentation of the plaza, which is just beautiful, but the presentation of the public that was there. I mean, you had to been there to understand the amount of people that were there, and whether it's going to rain or not, they were going to stay there. And the synergy was absolutely electrifying. There's so many thank yous, but I do want to thank, and I've said this before, the committee. I really want, and I don't think we need a study session, but I think that the mayor and myself and the agendas and with the city manager, Steve Sugg, I'm going to, like I said before, I'm going to hound us to death until it happens or we do a study session. One of the two is going to happen, but I really believe that we need to recognize groups like that so others will stand up and say, I want to do something, because people want to be recognized for great things in our city. There's their legacy. Very few times you can leave a legacy for your children or for your friends and say, I did something in my hometown. And I think this gives them that sense of, okay, you can have that, and this is what happens when you do. I really want to do that. That being said, I did also go to the NLC, and you know, there was some discussion about budgeting for this item. And as always, I think it's always good that there's a discussion and we bat it around to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And as always, I think we batting pretty good as far as we're not 100%, but I think the majority of the time we collectively really do end up with the right decisions, and the city shows for it. This is one of those times. And that is that 5 of us went, and it was worth every penny of it. And with as a first-time attendee. But one thing that I saw immediately, this is a very massive conference with so much resources, so many connections. When I say connections, I'm talking about connections that are valuable and full of resources that we need to capture. You can't capture it if just one person goes. Just no way you can do that. It requires a team to go out there and scope this massive. I put in over 50,000 steps in those 5 days, okay? But the amount of people, the quality of folks that we met are at a level of decision-making from every scope of line of work that the city gets into. I attended, they had a 101. By the way, for those that don't know, we joined the NLC. I think Councilmember Keel called Steve Sugg and says, get your credit card out. We got to join now, because you can't be at the table as being appointed, or there was a lot of other resources that they were saying, well, are you a member? So we can throw some resources. And I was looking for those resources, as I'll explain here later, without being a member. And it's not very expensive to begin with. And this first turnaround, I believe we got all of our monies back plus more. That I did attend the 101, which and I wanted to do that. That is the class that told us about all the resources and types of staff that are there and available to a city. I also attended what I thought was quite useful, and is mindful leadership, new skills for today's leader. It had a lot of different ways that you can, again, go outside the box to think about how to network and how to utilize resources. There was quite a few sessions as a whole. Two of them had two great speakers. I mean, I won't go into the details, but these speakers, I'm one that doesn't get too much out of speakers. I just leave, and that sounded okay. But this one had significant value because they had tools that you can immediately use right away, which I did, by the way. And I like to work with Steve Suck, and hopefully the council will, and he can do this on one-on-one with everybody, but it should be on the NLC website. And I talked to some of the staff, and it seems like we might be able to link those presentations, those speakers, to our website so people can listen to them, because this is not, since it's the public's money, and we also have, like Councilmember Wood or any of the other council members that weren't able to listen to those, staff and our public, the value is there for everybody. And I think that for the monies that we use to go there, this should be shared with everybody. And it is an outstanding speakers, and I think we need to link those speeches up to our website. And I think that's just one value, because when people listen to this, and when you listen to it, you'll know what I'm talking about. The other one is I signed up for, we had one vote when it came to voting for the issues and for the officers, and as a mayor pro tem, and it was the last minute because we just paid at the last minute to join, and so I went up there real quick because I wanted to make sure we were voting. So I did, and I ended up voting for many things that happened there. Another one was on public safety sessions, as well as other numerous cybersecurity, infrastructure with cities. That being said, some of the bringing home the bacon. As you know, there's a bridge that we really are concerned about called Day Island Bridge. And as I was reading the agenda, there was a railroad roundtable, which in depth it said that if you want to meet with a representative, you can one-on-one. I knew that just recently there was some correspondence on this issue, so I asked the mayor and Steve Sugg to provide some materials for me to present and to send to him prior to, and I did set up a meeting. I met with BNSF representative, and what was supposed to be a 15-minute conversation, it ended up being close to an hour. He was quite interesting. He really was interesting in the fact that he understood what was being presented. And thank you, Steve and staff. I think it was Lisa Paterick and Jack Eklund who provided some of the bullet points, and it was invaluable, because without that, as I take it out of his words, you've presented the facts that we need as a kind of ready-to-go project that we can look at and start working with you. So there should be he's contacting the team up here in Washington that will meet up with staff. I said my role was to connect and make sure that they would come to the table and connect with staff and others to make sure that they, and I really imposed on them that what we need is their willingness to work with us to get this bridge done if we have the monies. And so they said, and he said, we will do that. And so Steve, by the way, we should be getting something soon, and to have the team come down here to look at the bridge and look at what everything's there and see, and then they will come back and say, this is what we can do. But initially, at least say they're a participant, because the application they were submitting to FEMA needs to have some kind of a, like BNSF is on board with us. Okay. So that being said, I'm sorry to take up so much time, but I think is, we spent, quite a bit of money on this trip, and I think that we need a report on this. The other one is that another contact, and this was not, I did not look for it, I stumbled into it, but certainly became critical to this project, and that is the EPA. And I won't go into the details, I'll bump into this young woman, but that being said, we're looking at the map, I told her about all this, and the waterway, the Puget Sound. And she's already contacted her team up here. They're going to be looking at it and see what EPA can do, at least if nothing else, endorsing the project. She said the administration has imposed on the cabinet members, like EPA and others, to cross the lines. Usually they work within their, with their
Regions.
binders on, but now they're being told, required to cross a line and see how they can work with others and get others to participate in certain projects that they see that need their help. And so she's going to be doing that. In the meantime, she's contacted her counterparts up here to take a look at this and see exactly where they can put some muscle in there. So they're also now involved, and in a very good way. Moving on, one thing I did see in the various sessions, and it's just over and over, is the amount of money that is available that they can't get out fast enough, and they need, and this is where this particular project, Days Island, both of these individuals almost said the same thing. This seems to be something that can be ready to go. They're looking for projects that they can say, okay, this is not a discussion or a dream, but a need. And it's been identified, it's been inspected, there were some numbers there about the cost, all that, and so they like that a lot because they can take this and say, okay, we got to spend money, there's something here we can go, it's urgent, there's a lot of impacts to the environment and to commerce. So and so that leads to what I was saying, the grants. There is a lot of money in so many different areas, and it gets to the other folks that I met. I met practically almost all of the federal specialists that NLOC has. That organization, I didn't realize how big it is, nor did I knew that the involvement they had at the national level with the federal agencies and congressional staff and others, but I purposely met the federal specialists that they have, directors that they had to promote the city's needs. And I talked to several of them, and I'll be working with you, Steve, on two things. One is those that are ready to help with this project and make sure that BNSF, EPA, and others stay on top with making sure that this gets attention. And two is on the grants and monies. Where can we get those? You're talking about FEMA, and they understand that. And so they're going to be looking at not only what we applied for, but also with other agencies and where that money can come from to help this project. So that being said, I'd like to just move on to just the excuse me. And I'll close with this, and there is, like always, a conference has vendors, exhibit hall. Three vendors in particular that I actually talked with Councilmember Keel to get just a second opinion whether this is worth bringing forward to you as a way to improve our city. And I won't waste a lot of time, but I'll just give you the categories, and I'll work with the mayor and Steve, and if that seems like an area that we can explore with the council, then we will. If not, fine. One of them was a water fountain. I wouldn't call it a park, but a water fountain, what would you call it?
It's not a water fountain. I call it a children's water park.
Okay, children's water park.
Spray Park.
Right. And so it was really nice, and it doesn't cost a mint. I also know there's money for this. So one of the things I shared with Councilman Keel, and that is, we always are being hit about recreational programs. We know we can't afford and subsidize, but it would be nice if we can meet them somewhat compromise and do a little bit more capital projects like we are with the, and fortunately we have a friends group doing this, and that is the Inclusive Park, which is interactive. But start looking at what we can add to our parks that becomes more active for folks to use, and I believe that's one of them. The other one is a kiosk. It was a beautiful kiosk, very interactive. It was like an AI kind of a thing that can really promote what's going on in our city for folks to be able to just, like a phone, you know, oh, where can I go eat here? Where can I go play here? Where can I get information? And I think that at no cost to us, we can have that done. And the last one is a EV app with our logo at no cost. And I won't go any further than that, but it was a really nice app that would really be a service and benefit to our citizens and others visiting us. And I'll end with that on the NLC, and my last one is the PCRC. On November the 16th, Wednesday, while I was still in NLC, we had a PCRC work group. And we did, our first mission was to review the 2022 policy framework. And it's 18 pages. We made it through 9, but we went page by page. Jack was there. And was it okay, Jack? Okay. When we get done with this, believe me, there won't be any of those members, PCRC members in this work group, which is about 8 or 10 of us, I forget, that won't understand the process. That being said, the next meeting is to finish off the next 9 pages, and I won't go through that. But then we had, on the 17th, I had the PCRC meeting, and 2 major things. One is I did get reappointed to the PSRC Executive Board, Operations Committee, and the Executive Board Economic Development District Board as well. And I'll end with this, and that is that Councilman Young made a presentation on in the opioid settlement, and he requested that us, like myself, come to our city and advise us that we need to appoint one person, most likely a staff person, to what's going to be created by law. It has to be created. It's called an opioid abatement council, made up of a member from each one of the entities that said yes, we'll take a settlement portion. So Steve, please work with the county on who's going to be that appointee. And if it's a council person by chance, we need to make that appointment if that's what needs to be. But I believe he said a staff person. And that has to be done fairly, that's going to go down fairly quickly, meaning established. And my last one will be that I intended a ribbon cutting on behalf of the mayor called Cosmetic, and that's MEDIC, Cosmetic. Wellness Spa, a retired Army nurse, opened up the business here in UP. Her and her husband have been living here since 1999, but it was a great ribbon cutting. So that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Appreciate that. Thank you all who attended the National League of Cities. Let's see, did you have one more item? Shall I do mine before you do a second?
Either way, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there is one more thing. Because you weren't there, I did bring a present.
Really?
You and Councilmember Ed. This is one of the books one of the speakers gave. It's an excellent book, an excellent speaker, so I brought it to you since you
Well,
weren't there.
thank you. The Book of Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you very much.
It can be more awesome.
Yeah.
and be more grateful.
I can, this will move me towards awesome. I'm
excuse me,
looking forward
Mayor.
to it. So, Councilman. Let's see. I think I'm going to look for the second round after I get done with my comments. As I started to say, thank you all for attending the National League of Cities. Obviously, there was lots going on, a valuable conference. I know it takes time away from your families, and you have other things you could be doing with your time, but appreciate you investing in that. And helping our community get stronger in lots of different ways. I actually stayed here. I didn't go to National League of Cities. I did some other things, though. One of them was the Veterans Plaza. We've all talked about that. I just have to say, it's awesome. Absolutely, it's awesome. And what a pleasure it is to have the community, and what a great job the Veterans Plaza Committee did in putting that together. And yes, the city had a significant role, but it came as when it was time for it to come. But great addition for us, and it was a pleasure being part of it. I'm not sure how many people were there. I've heard numbers in excess of 1,000, and yeah, so it certainly was sizable. I also attended the with Steve Sugg and Kevin and our Economic Development Board Chair Michael Gruner, the Economic Development Board annual meeting. That's hadn't been one of these for a couple of years because of COVID, and attended that and at the Armory, and it went well. We saw the Excellent 10. They passed out golden shovels to the Pierce County Business Advisory Group that had quite an interesting program to help leverage businesses up using some of the ARPA funds. Additionally, I attended the Celebration of Life for Russ Blunt, the Fife assistant city manager or deputy city manager who passed away in a tragic motorcycle accident here about a month ago. This was at Fife Elementary School. Steve Sugg was there, Jack was there, Yuri was there, and many, about 300 other people. It was a great celebration. Russ's family, I've had the pleasure to know. Russ and I worked together for over 10 years. I actually interviewed, I was one of two people interviewing Russ when he applied for the city of Fife. And so we have a long relationship. It was just really well done, and it was a pleasure to be part of that, as much as such a thing can be a pleasure. But his family was quite amazing in all of this. I also attended the South Sound Military Families and Communities meeting that comes up quarterly. And this was at the Eagles Pride Golf Course. Good chance to be engaged and again show our commitment as a military related community. And there is certainly some concern what the impacts may be from airport expansion projects that may be impacting the various flight protection zones that JPLM has. All that should be considered in due course, but it's something we need to be aware of and be thinking about. I also additionally attended the UP United meeting on inclusive playgrounds, and as that project continues to move forward. We had just recently received word from RCO that the integration of their funded project and the inclusive playground was a likely occurrence, and they were supportive of, and so that was great to be able to share with them at that moment, and as that project moves forward as well. I chaired the meeting of the RCC, Rainier Communications Commission, and you may remember that Pierce County had made some suggestions. Perhaps the RCC can be dissolved and we would deal with this in a different way. Turns out that maybe that won't be necessary. And they're now working with a committee mainly of attorneys, though I volunteered to be on this committee as well, to work out some refinements of a new interlocal agreement, which is probably already 80% drafted from previous work that was done. I look forward to having Matt's help when appropriate there as well. But I think that'll get resolved, but it's not resolved yet. We have several past chairs here, and I also was nominated and elected to serve another term as chair for the RCC. So, thank you.
Well deserved.
Yeah. Thanks. Then I wanted to mention that at the next meeting, this is for the public as much as for council, during the study session of the next meeting on December 5th, we will have a study session on the Harvest Bridge project and private storm drainage facilities. And so we'll have a good set of information. We are extending, we're doing whatever we can to make the public well aware of this, particularly the people engaged in this subject with Harvest Ridge. Those that signed up for speaker comments are being contacted so that they're aware of it. Now, we are not taking public comment. It's a study session, and we don't typically do public comment at that phase. We are, though, going to provide additional information that could help all of us put this in the perspective of the facts of our community. So that's coming up on December 5th. And if someone can't make the meeting, and I don't mean council, I mean the public. But if a public member can't make the meeting, we're on YouTube. We have a whole host of outreach processes that you can get the information so that you can become informed about what the situation and how such private drainage facilities operate in this community and elsewhere. Additionally, we passed the budget a few minutes ago, maybe an hour ago, so on our next agenda on the 5th, we'll be canceling our regular meeting for December 19th. And just wanted to mention that to the public and, of course, for council as well. So we won't have a meeting on the 19th. We will resume our regular schedule. I think the January meeting is January 3rd, which is a Tuesday, and because of the holiday situations. So got through my list. And I'm trying to remember who was first. It was Councilmember McCluskey.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I was at the PCRC meeting, and the opioid board, from my understanding, was not really structurally set. It didn't know if it was going to be short-term or long-term. Dr. Chin called both Councilmember Fleming and myself and talked about the operations of it, and we asked him some questions, and he didn't have an answer to the longevity of it or how he wanted University Place to engage in it. And that is also a council decision, because I told him that we had decided that we were going to do a pass-through on the funds, receive it, and then pass it through. And we also asked him if this was going to take the structure of the SHAPE board as being a continuation, and the cities would have to put annual funding into it for it to continue. And that was mentioned at the PCRC meeting as to what this opioid board would become out of the PCRC, and how the PCRC could maybe have it as a part of what they do or not, or if it is viable. So there's a lot of questions on how this is going to evolve. It got a lot of positive comments and feedback, but I think there's more discussion on that to come. And so hopefully before council makes its final decision on what to do with the funding once it's received, PCRC and the opioid board will have something a little more concrete for us to gnash our teeth into and decide one way or another. The other point of confusion was the Day Island Bridge, because I thought we did not have the design feasibility or cost, we have the potential cost set up, and that it was not project ready, which is, I've been working with this for well over a year with the Day Islanders, and that's what I've been discussing with the Day Islanders, and that's how I had left it. if anything has changed on that, because you know who the point of contact is, if anything happens on council, they come directly to me. And I would like to be apprised of all the changes, all the things we're going after. I know we're going after a grant right now. So I would like to get an immediate update on this in regards to Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa's comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Keel.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the privilege of second pass. Highly unusual, but I appreciate it. The conversation that went on, I do want to talk about the Veterans Memorial service, which I attended and was great, and I agree. But there was something triggered my mind when we were talking about that. First of all, I'm happy to say we all know we have 4 veterans on our council, and I'm happy to say all of us are. Hold on, let me get to you in just a second. All of us are Army, so I'm happy to say that too as well. And then the other 3 are either military brats or work on the coast. So we have a strong connection to this, but we have a stronger connection than, and I just learned about this, and I knew about it, but it just kind of came to light, and that is with our connector, 16th Cab, which is our connector. We have an even stronger connector with 16th Cab. We have a member of our council who is a veteran of the 16th Cab. Not only just a veteran, but a combat veteran of the 16th Cab, and that's Councilmember Figueroa. When he was in Vietnam, he was assigned to the 16th Combat Aviation Brigade as one of their lower units. And the story goes is that he went over to Vietnam to do one job, trained to do one job, and then when he finally got there, as the Army does, they changed everything and gave him a different job. And that job was a door gunner on one of their helicopters. Now, those of us that are military, we know what a door gunner does. And I think people kind of know in general. But what you may not know is door gunners in Vietnam didn't have a long life expectancy. And that's why there were so many door gunner vacancies. And that's why when he was trained to do some job, they go, no, we don't need you to do that. We actually need door gunners. And he did that during his whole tour in combat. I never asked him how many times he fired his weapon or how many times things were being fired at him, but I can imagine it was a lot. And he survived, and came back. Yeah, he's got some other things, but he survived the combat. And when I think about that, and I think about, I'm 1 year too young to go to Vietnam. If I was a year older, I probably would have been a door gunner too, in Vietnam. But I'm happy that I missed that party by a year. But to just the confluence of how all of that happened, and then to have actually the 16th Cab be our community connector, and to have one of our council members who's a combat veteran of that brigade, I think it's just, the alignment is just, I don't know what the word, divine, so to speak. And so so I just wanted to share that since we're on the talk of veterans and the Veteran Memorial and all what we do. So I just want to say, Javier, thank you for your service, and I appreciate what you did over there, and I'm glad you made it back.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. And yes, it is an amazing connection, and I've been aware of it for a little bit. So as long as second passes, I'm in a... So I should have perhaps led with this because it's pretty interesting and certainly important to us. I have a letter here from the Puget Sound Regional Council signed by Josh Brown, the Executive Director of the Puget Sound Regional Council, and it starts with congratulations. I'm pleased to let you know the City of University Place is receiving $5,377,428 in PSRC funding for the following 5 projects. So this is the... Yeah.
A lot of money.
That is a lot of money and a lot of important work in our community. Jack and his team put that together. Though it does take a village, it takes the right combination of people. And Jack, thank you very much for you and your folks being able to do that. And Steve, thank you as well. Good. Is that worth a hand? Good. Very good. Okay, that's my second chance. Now, maybe we'll move on to the study session. Looks like we may. All right. So I'm going to close our regular session, and we'll open up in study session, and we'll start a discussion about open space classification. And Matt, are you leading us in this one?
I am leading you on this one.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Matt Kaser, your city attorney. We're talking about shifting gears, talking about open space, just to kind of reorient council from where things left off at the last study session. As you may recall, we were forwarded a Pierce County ordinance following their receipt of an application to identify a University Place property as open space for tax-related purposes. Under applicable law, in order to classify a property and obtain the tax benefits associated with an open space designation, that requires a joint designation by both the Pierce County Council as well as this body. Under applicable law, in order for this council ultimately has 3 options associated with that open space designation. It can grant the application, it can deny the application, or it can grant it with conditions. As council may recall, you had an extended discussion regarding the public benefits associated with that application. And in the course of that presentation that you had, a number of questions had popped up that you said, hey, wait a second, we need to probably have another study session, talk about the legal impacts of some of these related aspects. Hence tonight's study session and the discussion associated with that. Included in your packet tonight is an extended memo, and I'm not going to go through and reread the memo together with 2 proposed resolutions on this. But under applicable law, as I outlined, council has effectively those 3 options. And we prepared resolutions framing it in terms of 2 of those options following the council discussion, related to a denial of that application and a grant of it on conditions. Under applicable law, as you go through this process, council is statutorily tasked with considering a number of factors. Those relate to, as council discussed last week, first of all, is there public benefit associated with the grant of the application? You also are allowed to consider the resulting tax loss or tax shift. And the county materials they supplied identified about a $2,400 tax loss for tax year 2023. One of the questions that council had in the course of the study session is how long is this good for? And it's a minimum 10-year period from which that tax designation is granted. And then it continues from there. If it's ever changed, it's a 7-year look-back period with back taxes, penalties, interest, etc. The third factor that council's tasked to ask to is whether granting the application will serve certain open space designations, open space classifications. That is to say, does it promote the open space concept? And you heard from Mr. Swindell some of the topographical challenges that are associated with this lot, and that was also included in the Pierce County materials. These are steep wooded slopes abutting Chambers Creek Canyon. I think he talked very briefly about our critical areas ordinance and is there any change associated with our regulatory code? That is to say, does our regulatory code otherwise protect us? And I believe he had answered that question in the affirmative, that our regulatory code does protect that. And then the fourth factor that, among others, that council is to consider is whether certain conditions should be met, including to the granting of easements. One of the things that had been flagged in the course of the discussion is, as you may recall, there's been the ongoing project between University Place, Lakewood, and Pierce County for the Chambers Creek Canyon Trail. And this site sits in that general area associated with it. This parcel had sat at one point in the 2017 preliminary site design for a trail easement going through there. The trail configuration has changed several times throughout the course of that project, and it is still probably going to continue to change as final siting, layout, funding, and that sort of thing comes into play. The county had identified a concern associated with potential wetland usage, and the statute says you can't grant an easement simply to protect wetlands. The statute, however, also identifies other purposes behind granting easements. In looking at the applicable statutes, at least it's certainly my view, that you could require an easement grant associated with, if this application were granted. After council action, if council wishes to take action that would either grant in part this or specifically to grant in part this application, that does require concurrence from the Pierce County Council in order for that tax benefit to go through. And it doesn't become final until both legislative bodies have said, yes, this is the proposal based on these conditions. So that's very quick, and I know council had a lot more questions, but I wanted to give those preliminary remarks to frame it, and at this point, turn it over to council for any questions.
Okay. Council, I'm going to go with Councilmember Fleming and then Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, one of the other questions council had asked at the last conversation we had on this proposal was, what would be the implications to the city if all the adjacent parcels along that followed in on a Me Too request?
Yeah, and let me kind of...
What is the tax impact to the city for that? Once we've set that precedence.
Yeah, and there is a precedential concern. One thing I had neglected to mention, I'm glad your question prompted that. We have been advised after the last study session that there is additional interest that Pierce County has received related to another parcel that would like to take advantage of that. We've been informed it's a smaller size parcel, but they are looking at this in terms of what the precedent is. Without going parcel by parcel in that area, I could say there are some parcels that are in private ownership and there are some that are in public ownership. But there's no question that what council does will have a precedential nature on that. One of the challenges, depending on where you sit on this, whether it's a challenge or not, is your decision. The statute treats it as a legislative determination, which is favorable for a city council. However, and it's reviewed for arbitrary and capricious conduct if anybody wanted to challenge it, which is a really high standard to me. But the question that at the end of the day the council would have to ask if you run with your hypothetical is, why did you grant it for parcel A when you didn't grant it for parcel B? And to identify what sets those apart. Functionally, at the end of the day, it's a legislative determination. So council would have to be able to explain to the satisfaction of that hypothetical applicant B, if you granted it for A, what makes them different for a no?
Or C, or D.
Or C, or whoever it might be, correct.
Okay, Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. So quick question for you. If you mentioned that there's a kind of a minimum of 10 years action on this. So I'm going to jump down the road of hypothetical for a little bit. Let's say we approve this if there's an easement is agreed to. We go forward, and then 10 years later, the property owner decides to let this lapse and start paying taxes again. Is the easement still there at that point? Because especially if we've built something on it?
The answer is going to be, it depends, and it depends on what that easement language ultimately comes down to. Certainly from my perspective, if they secure an easement, or if they want an easement, say in the 2023 timeline, it's going to be a permanent easement for the benefit of the public. Now, that applicant can turn around and say, no, I don't want to agree to your conditions. I don't want to agree to that clause, which is fine, but then they don't obtain the the ensuing tax benefit either.
Okay, thank you.
And that assumes that the county is also agreeable to that term.
Correct.
Matt, a question for you. The $2,400 tax impact, is that the impact to the city of University Place? That's
No.
the full impact?
The Pierce County staff memo, let me see if I can pull it up here, that was included in your study session packet materials from last week. And these are the same materials that the county council had, which was from the 2023 tax on market land value. They assessed it at $6,583. The tax based on open space land value at $4,160. That delta is $2,423. So then from there you figure the 6% and amortize it out over 10 years. I think my back of the envelope math put it somewhere around $1,100 without reducing the present value or any of that.
For 10 years, like 11
Yeah, to the city of Butte, yeah.
But yeah, 1,100 is the total for the 10 years. From
So,
okay. Just wanted to be able to put that in the right perspective. Any other comments or any other questions, rather, Councilmember Belize?
Now, if the property maintains its classification for 10 years, it's for a 10-year period, but if during that 10-year period they lose it, the owner doesn't comply or changes ownership and the new owners don't agree, why are only previous 7 years being paid and not 10 if this occurrence happens on the at 9 months and 11 or 9 years and 11 months? Why is it not all 10 years that gets?
You know, and my short answer to is that's the way the statute's written. You know, and part of the concern, you know, in there too, and I think Mr. Swindell touched on this a little bit too, is from a practical perspective. You know, when you're looking at the zoning associated with the area, the critical areas designation that's already in effect together with the topography, it's also highly unlikely, although not completely improbable either, that this property would ever see any other use than its current residential use.
True, but the jurisdictions lose on three years of revenue.
Yeah.
If the property owner decides to do something at 9 months or 9 years and 11 months, and they've gotten 10 years worth of
Deferral.
gain from it.
Yeah.
It does not seem fair.
One of the challenges associated with this particular statute is that it does seem to be geared more towards those for which the tax benefit is necessary to secure that open space designation. But at the end of the day, as I stated, functional as a legislative determination for the city, or more accurately, the city council.
Okay. Other comments? Okay. Are we ready to consider this at the next meeting? Okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you. So that moves us on to our next item, which is the discussion, presentation on the union contract. And Lisa's with us electronically, is that right? Okay. Lisa, thank you.
That is correct. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. Lisa Patorek, Administrative Services Department. Tonight, we'll be discussing the potential tentative agreement with the union. The International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 612, has been representing the city's Public Works Maintenance Department, and specifically the Public Works Maintenance workers since 2000. The union currently covers 9 public works employees. Late this summer, the city and the union entered into formal negotiations to discuss changes to the current contract, which began in 2020 and will end this year, December 31st, 2022. The city and union have tentatively agreed to a 4-year proposal that would go into effect on January 1st, 2023, and would be in effect through December 31st, 2026, upon the adoption of a resolution by council and the signing of the contract. There are some highlights and changes that I would like to discuss this evening. There's not very many. We'll be covering the topic of wages. We'll be talking about standby duty, and then we'll be discussing some other light housekeeping types of items regarding contract language. So the first item for consideration and discussion involves wages. What is currently being proposed in this tentative contract would be a wage adjustment for union members. They would be provided a 6.5% cost of living adjustment for the years 2023 and again for the year 2024. This would be in line with what the non-represented members of the city would be provided for as well. So that is the same across the board. And then beginning in January 1, 2025, and for the duration of the remainder of the contract, union members would be eligible for a cost of living adjustment that either matched what unrepresented staff receives or 100% of the CPIU for Seattle, Tacoma, Bellevue. But the floor would be 1.5% and the ceiling would not exceed 4%. And that largely mirrors what's currently in the current contract. We're moving from 90% CPIU to 100%. The floor is remaining the same. The ceiling is increasing by 0.5% to 4%. The next item for consideration is related to standby duty. The rate for standby is a per hour rate, and it is based on the CPIU. This new proposal would change that language, so the per hour rate for standby duty would no longer be connected to CPI, and it would be a flat dollar amount. The proposal would be $3 per hour beginning on January 1, 2023. Then in January 1, 2024, the standby rate per hour would be $3.10. Then on January 1, 2025, the standby rate per hour would be $3.20. And then in 2026, the allowance would be $3.30. The other item related to standby duty is that employees on standby duty would be provided a different hourly call out minimum for Sundays and holidays. So on Sundays and holidays, a employee in the union who is on standby duty that gets called out on either a Sunday or holiday would receive 4 hours of pay for each initial response at double the employee's hourly rate. The remainder of the standby duty hours, if they were called out, remains the same for the rest of the week, which in the current contract, it's 3 hours of pay at 1.5 times the employee's hourly rate. And then the other change related to that would be employees would not be eligible for standby duty or call out when they're unavailable due to sickness until they return to work a full shift. The other items in the proposed contract are largely related to housekeeping. For example, the Juneteenth holiday is a holiday that the city recognizes, so that would be formally recognized in the contract. The other item would be the language that was mandating that Washington State sick leave be used first would be struck from this contract, as that is not currently provided for in the law and does not meet the requirements of the law. And then the final issue is related to retirement health savings. That language would be modified with more generic language to provide flexibility to the union as they set their own rate and determination on how much they want to fund their own retirement accounts related to RHS. And then there's some other sort of Scribner error types of changes that will be made to the contract and formatting and things like that. So in conclusion, the total estimated cost of the contract over the course of the 4 years ranges from $4.5 million approximately to $4.578, depending on where the floor and the ceiling end up being during the course of those 4 years. The rest of the contract largely will remain unchanged. Additionally, moving from a 3-year contract to a 4-year contract would provide for more stability in terms of financial forecasting over a long period of time, and the contract itself would line up with the city's biennial budget. So we would have 2 biennial budgets lined up under the contract versus 1.5. The rest of the contract, in essence, as I said, remains largely unchanged. Additionally, large swaths of the contract mirrors language of other city policy and city budget applications that are experienced by non-represented staff. So there remains a large degree of parity between both the represented and non-represented folks. So with that, I would conclude my report and would happily take any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that. Appreciate the summary. I'm going to start with just a question or two that are just factual items. 4 years in terms of contract length, is that the maximum length that is available to us?
It is what we have discussed with the union. So yes, we're at 4 years at this time.
I understand. My question, though, was more about what is the legislative, in terms of labor law, I'm not sure if we're under federal or state, frankly, on this one. What is the maximum contract length?
I would have to double check that. I don't know exactly what the maximum is. We've been historically operating under a 3-year, but I would have to double check and get back to you on the maximum.
Yeah, and I'd want to double check that as well.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And the other question I had was, our average call-out length now is when we have somebody being called out, is it 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours?
The average call length is usually around 2 hours. There are some incidents where sometimes it is 3. For larger types of incidents that have occurred. For example, there have been some call-outs with major accidents that have occurred. Those do take a number of hours, so we're talking 3 to 4 hours for those types of calls.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'll, Councilmember Keel, then Councilmember Fleming.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Lisa, for your report. You mentioned three numbers. Let me put my count. Three hourly rates when you were talking about the call out, and one was the standby was $3 and it went up 10, 20, 30% cents over the time. Then you said that if they get called out, they get a minimum of 4 hours at double their rate. And then there was a third thing you said, and I missed it, and it was something like, but if this happens, then they get time and a half, and something happens. So I missed that. So what is that time and a half piece?
Yeah, sure. Currently in the current contract, Councilmember Keel, when an individual gets called out, they get 3 hours minimum at 1.5 times their rate of pay. So that would remain the same. The only change would be related to Sundays and holidays. If an individual were to be called out, then the minimum call out hour would be 4 hours at double the rate of pay. So that's the difference there.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Lisa, thank you again for all the work you've done on that, and certainly put up with a lot of questions that we've had. I've got a couple more for you, unfortunately. One is, I want to make sure I understood. You said in setting the COLA, we used Seattle, Tacoma, and Bellevue as the benchmark. Was that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Fleming.
So why did we choose the highest one in the state versus the one, a number more compatible with our city and size and budget?
That CPI is one that has historically been used between the city and the union, and it's one that is most commonly found in contracts of our comparator cities for the Puget Sound region.
Is there ever a time when we take a look at that as a city and say, maybe we need to rethink that and be more aligned with compatible cities versus our top 3 most expensive ones?
That would be something that we could look at. We would have to get the union, of course, on board with something like that. But we have found that in most of our comparison cities that Seattle, Tacoma, Bellevue is the most commonly used comparison for cost of living increases for cities in our area.
I think as we go forward, it's something we should tuck away and maybe take a look at as a city and really ask ourselves, can we continue to afford using that as the index for the city? My second question is, in our past study sessions, you had mentioned the call-out didn't apply to people who are on sick leave and PTO, but tonight you said only those on sick leave. Did we drop the PTO qualification?
It was only sick leave, Councilmember Fleming. So PTO, we have discussed where an individual could be out on a vacation day, but if they're local and they were only out for a few hours that day, they could still potentially be on standby, although normally the practice is for folks that are on vacation, just how they build the schedule, that usually doesn't occur, but it could happen. But this is mainly sick leave that we're discussing.
All right, thank you.
Okay, other comments or questions, rather?
Okay.
Yes, Councilman McCluskey.
Okay, I just would like a clarification. On page 18 of the contract that you had highlighted, and I believe where you highlight, it's a change. And it says, currently the union employees may vote to invest a portion of their salary into an RHS account. Employees may not individually change that rate or opt out. So is it going to be a mandatory opt-in for all union employees? Or once they opt in, they can't opt out?
Thanks for that clarification. So yes, when we're talking about the retirement health savings, as a group, they must vote to participate. And so it's not an individual choice. And since the majority has voted to participate in the retirement health savings account, then they all must participate. Even when it's set up, they're not able to opt out. Now, the union, because they're a voting block onto themselves, they can always say, hey, we'd like to re-vote on this in the future. And they can always do that, and it can be changed, but they either all participate or none of them participate.
Right, okay. Are they going to change their health account, the account that we were talking about earlier?
Yes, so they will have the retirement health savings account, and then they have voted to add on a VIBA account. Those two accounts will be fully funded through their own salaries, so there will not be city funds for that.
Okay, so it's not either or now, that it's both, okay?
Correct.
My last question is on holidays, just the parity with our staff that are not unionized. How does this compare with their days off? Because it looks like they have 12 days off during the year if you're a unionized employee. How many fully paid days off does a UP employee have that is not
They're the
unionized?
same across the board.
Okay, so everyone gets a
representative,
floating
non-representative,
holiday?
yes,
as
they
well?
both have the same number of holidays, including the floating holiday.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? I'm not seeing any right offhand. So, Council, we're scheduled to consider this for vote at the next regular meeting. Okay, looks like we're ready for that consideration. Good enough. Well, with that, this moves us into our next agenda item is actually an executive session. And so we're going to move into an executive. I'm going to read the purpose of the executive. And at this time, on the agenda, the City Council will recess to executive session for approximately 1 hour per RCW 42.30.110 sub 1G to review the performance of a public employee. Any action on this issue will only be taken during council open session. And I have the next sentence struck, but I'm not sure if it did in fact get struck. It did get struck. So, okay, then I've completed the purpose. We'll be out to most very likely close the meeting at approximately 1 hour from now at, I guess that makes it 8:30 if I don't follow the clock on the wall. So, okay, 9:30. Okay, excuse me. Yeah, 9:30. All right, very good. Well, thank you. We're into executive session. Good evening. It's 9:30. Our executive session is continuing. We had scheduled it until 9:30, but we are not quite done with our subject, and we're going to extend until 10 p.m. Thank you. It's now 9:59. We were scheduled to come out of our executive session at 10 o'clock, which is just about now. However, we're going to extend for another 15 minutes to 10:15. Thank you. Do I do the... Good evening. It is now 10:14. We were scheduled our executive session to end at 10:15. We decided to extend for another 15 minutes, which is to say until 10:30 p.m. tonight. Thank you. Sure. All right. It is now 10:32. We have completed the executive session, and we're adjourning tonight's meeting at 10:32 p.m.